Hello, hello. Ah, there you go. All right. Okay, so I was speaking in the void. Okay, I hope you guys can hear me now. Hello, hello. I forgot to turn on the volume of my microphone, so that's always good. Okay, perfect. All right. So basically, in the last two streams, what we did is that we fucked around with like the grid system um, to create a way of making a grid, but specifically making how can I say it? Make creating a grid that um, gradually populates the grid with certain tiles of certain colors, right? And like as of right now, none of the tiles have specific properties, right? But the idea is that eventually we're gonna add properties to each tile. So for instance, like blue tiles are gonna be considered water, green tiles are gonna be land, whatever, right? So that's kind of the idea that we're going with. And hold on, fuck. I'm thinking about too many things at the same time again. Yeah, so basically we're gonna have eventually we're gonna have each tile have specific properties, right? But before we get to that, what I want, so now I'm gonna press play just to show what the game looks like right now, right? So I'm gonna press play, and the idea is that right now it's gonna be very chaotic, basically, right? Hold on, it's okay. There you go. So you see right now the way it's happening is that depending on how many of each tile I have, I'm gonna have more of them, right? But it's still very chaotic, basically. The idea here, it's still very chaotic. As you can see, it just looks like spaghetti, basically, right? Like it's super chaotic. And it doesn't. It's not intuitive and stuff, right? Like because again, as a reminder, the goal that we have is to hold on. Book uh, is to create something like this, right? Something like this where like all of the blue tiles are touching each other, all of the yellow ones are touching each other as well, right? Like it makes more sense, right? It looks more intuitive, kind of like here, right? If we look at this, or let me find a better screenshot. Yeah, here's another example, right? Like you have the water here, then you have the other stuff next to it, etc., right? So that's kind of the goal we're going with here, basically, right? So what I was thinking, okay, if we go here into our script, right, we have a bunch of different functions, right? So first is we spawn the placeholder grid tiles, right? Then we transform some of the placeholder tiles into whatever tiles like blue, green, red, etc. Then we apply influence. So we go through the initial tiles we created, right? The initial blue, red, green tiles we put out, and we make those tiles add influence to whatever other tiles are around them, right? And then once all of the influence has been spread, we populate the grid, right? And so we replace the rest of the placeholder tiles um, with actual normal tiles depending on the influence, right? Now, the way I've done the influence so far, right, it's go through every single grid tile and apply to each placeholder tile, set grid tiles influence based on the distance, right? So as of right now, let me open up my favorite tool, Paint. So as of right now, let's say I have one tile here, one red one, and like all of the rest are white, let's say, right? Well, then here it's gonna apply, let's say 10 influence, then 5, then 1, so on and so forth, right? Like in the last streams I had shown kind of the logic behind that. Well, now what I'm thinking, right? Again, I only thought about this very briefly last weekend, and I haven't really thought about it much since then. So now I'm actually gonna take this little brainstorming idea and like actually expand upon it. Right now, what I'm thinking is of creating certain conditions where, let's see, here we have like a green tile, right? Actually, instead of doing it like that, yeah. So we have a green tile here, like that, right? Then let's say we have a red one here, right? And then whatever tile is here, right? It's not, how can I say? The old system made it so that here we would have, let's say, 10 green and 10 red, and it would pick between both, right? Now what I'm thinking of doing is kind of having like a sort of I don't know how to describe it, like a combo system where depending on the nature of the influence, right? Certain influences are going to override others, right? So for instance, a tile that is between a green one and a red one, let's say the red influence is always going to overpower the green, for instance, right? And here, if we add, I don't know, like a blue one, for instance, the blue one is going to overpower the red one or whatever. So you see what I mean? So the idea using this, you're going to code types of influences, basically, right? So the idea is to create a sort of system, kind of like a rock, paper, scissors system, but obviously much more complex, right? Where certain types override others, other types boost others, right? So for instance, any green, so any placeholder tile, right? If we do a green one, let's say here, right? Any tile that is influenced by both the blue and the green one is going to be, so hold on. So if I were to do it like that, right? Like light green, any tile that is influenced between like a light green one and the blue one is going to be a dark green one, for instance. So you see what I mean? So this is kind of what I'm going with. Meanwhile, let's say any tile that is between a light green one and let's say a red one, right, is going to be a yellow one, for instance. So you see what I mean? That's kind of what I'm going with, in the hopes that that way it's actually going to look more natural, basically, right? It's going to look closer to something like this. You see what I mean? So that's kind of the idea that I'm going with, right? Hold on, let's open up here, right? So for instance, like using the logic that I'm thinking of here, the tiles that are touching the water are dark green. Now, obviously, these ones are yellow, but like you see what I mean. That would kind of be the goal here that I'm going with, right? So how are we going to do this? Well, we're going to modify this. We're going to add a lot more stuff to this, basically, right? But first, let's go back, because again, like I haven't touched this in a week, so I kind of forgot the logic that I was using. I know it's based on distance, so access current grid tile. Okay, here we access it. Access current placeholder tile. Yeah, because we're going to the placeholder list. Yep. Apply current grid tiles influence on current placeholder tile based on distance and current grid tiles parameters. Right. So now it's not going to be based on distance anymore. It's only going to be based on current grid tiles parameters. So get distance between blah, blah, blah. Okay, we get the distance here. Here we find the actual distance using the Pt.3 magnitude. Then current grid tiles influence, which is an integer, equals, yeah, we round it to int, base influence, times distance between tiles divided by, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. So the idea was, since all of my tiles have a width of 1.5, whatever distance we want, if we want to calculate it in units, right, we're going to do this divided by 1.5, and like we're going to round it, obviously, and it's going to give us, it should give us like 4, for instance, right? That's kind of the idea we're going with here, right? I don't think I'm going to keep using that, just because it ends up giving like really weird values. Instead, what I'm thinking of doing, okay, is, let me just do this, old code, okay. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do here is, so apply current grid, oops, oh my god, current grid tiles influence on current placeholder tile based on current grid tiles parameters. Okay, so okay, yeah. Okay, so I think I have a good idea of what I'm gonna do. So basically the idea, okay, the idea that I'm gonna go with is that in this function here, okay, we're going to modify, hold on, okay, there you go. We're going to apply all influences baseline, right? So all red influences, all blue influences, all white, black, yellow, whatever, right? Green, etc., right? And then once we've applied every single influence, instead of going to populate grid, we're going to go into another, I'm going to create a new function in between populate grid and tile influence, which that function is then once again going to go through every single placeholder tile, and it's going to modify the influences they have based on the values that they have. It's very abstract, but basically the idea is, in order to get this one here, right? Let's say a dark green one. So this one's a placeholder tile, right? It receives influence from the blue one and the light green one, let's say, right? So then it's going to go, so basically the function, let's call it, hold on, public void adjust tile influence function, okay. So this function will go through every single placeholder tile and adjust their influences based on compatibility, right? So example, blue, red, green, for instance, something like that, right? That's the general idea. Okay, so here, in order to apply the influences, let's go into our, this is a grid tile CB. Okay, tile type. Yep, here we wrote the different tile types. Okay, then base tile influence. Okay. Do I need to add anything else, right? Base influence that this tile applies to all other placeholder tiles. Okay. So let's think, right? We have a bunch of different tiles, and they each apply influence regardless of distance, right? Because right now, what I did was that but there probably should still be a distance component to it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I think the more I think about it, the more there might be a need for still for a distance. Round to integer. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm basically gonna have to keep the influence thing going just to make it more interesting and more logical. All right. So let's just do this like that. Okay. Yeah, and then here we can just copy it again. So I guess we can just do that. Okay. So now the idea is we get the distance and then current grid tiles influence, blah blah blah, base influence, current grid plus equals. Okay. Okay. So I guess we're not touching this basically, right? Because it's already kind of done for. Yeah, because it's base influence times etc etc. Okay. Let's go back to here. I just want to see what is in my project. Blue tile. Base influence, I did 15. Let's do it. Hold on. Okay. Base influence 1. There you go. Okay. Save project. Grid builder. Okay. Let's go back here. And now here we're going to do. There you go. Okay. So now here what we're going to do is for int loop index 0 equals 0, loop index 0 is lower than placeholder grid tile objects prefab, loop index 0. Oh no, wait, what the fuck am I doing? This, I like spaced out for a bit. Okay. Okay, there you go. Now here we're gonna do this, access the current one like that, and then hold on, there we go. And then here what we're gonna do is okay, let's do incremental changes just to see how it affects how basically this function here is going to affect the grid builder, right? The algorithm that's gonna generate the grid basically. There you go. Boom. Okay. So now here is okay, hold on. Grid tile CB like that. We're gonna copy this just as a reference. There you go. So adjust influence values based on compatibility. Okay, so influence values inside current placeholder tile based on compatibility. There you go. Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna create another loop. Or no. So how am I gonna do this? So first I need to access no, not this, it's the placeholder tile. Here, influence types list, influence type, influence value. So I need to access each of these, but I can't use a for loop or any kind of loop because the values, so if I use a for loop, I'm going to interact with the influence type 0, which is white, then 1, which is dark gray, 2, which is blue, 3, red, etc., right? But the compatibility mechanic that we're creating right now is how do you say, it's basically it's non-linear, right? Because if we use a for loop, okay, we go from one type to the next, right? But that's not how the grid actually works, right? Because if we go linearly, we assume that the white tiles can only interact with dark gray ones can only interact with blue ones, etc., right? But that's not the case, right? Rather, the way it works is that any tile type can interact with any other tile type, including exactly. So including its own type, right? So that means that like white can interact with white, can interact with dark gray, can interact with blue, red, etc. Blue can interact with white, dark gray, blue, red, etc., right? They can all interact with one another and with other tiles of the same type. So, so the idea here would be, I'm trying to think of how to represent this in code, right? The idea is that we have like a green tile here, another, let's say, green tile here, and another one here, right? And so the logically speaking, this area should be predominantly green, right? But the way it's coded right now is that basically the closer you are to here or here or here, the higher the likelihood of it being green is going to be, right? But then the further out you go, the less likely it is, right? Apart from overlaps, which overlaps are also going to be green, which is why this area here should be greenest, is the idea, right? However, now how I want to do it, because technically speaking, because we're using RNG, even all of the tiles around this red one could be green, right? Simply because that's how the RNG worked, right? Now, okay. Yeah, this is tricky. So I could do a for loop with, I could do like two for loops, one inside the other, but I don't want to do that because I don't think it's, or maybe that's what I have to do, right? I have, my brain's bugging out, holy shit. Jesus. So let's say the blue tile is going to interact with all others. So here, every single tile has already spread all of its influence depending on distance. It's over. It's all over now. Okay. It has spread all of its influence depending based on distance, right? So actually, hold on. Let's just nullify this for a second. Okay, let's press play, I guess. Okay, actually, hold on. Just tile, I'm going to do this, right? So we're not gonna populate the grid because right now I want to see how the influence stuff works, basically. Okay. 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 So now let's move all around. Okay. Hold on. Oops. Okay. Let's select, let's say here we have a yellow tile. Let's click on this one and see. Okay, see, the numbers are ridiculous, basically. The numbers are completely absurd, right? This is why I was reticent to do it using distance, because we would get like absolutely absurd values, basically. Okay, hold on. So I think first, in order to get this working, first I need to make some changes to this to make it a bit more. So distance between tiles is this dot magnitude. And then current grid tiles influence is the base influence, which should be 1 times this divided by distance divider, which distance divider, if I'm not mistaken, should be distance divider 1.5 exactly. Yeah, no, we're not using this anymore, so we don't care about that. Okay, so let's say we have a distance of, I don't know, like 459 divided by 1.5. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it is working, but it's giving us ridiculous values like these, right? If we did 459 divided by 150, then it would be giving us basically much smaller values. Let's do that actually. Let's see, right? Instead of 1.5, let's do 150. Okay. Let's see what kinds of values it's going to give us now. Okay. Say here, like that. Okay. 227,200. Interesting. Element 4 and 5 are, I think, green and yellow. So let's find the yellow one here and let's see. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay, I like these values much more because these are much smaller values. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. All right, yeah, so we're gonna stick with that. Okay, so this is good now, right? Because the divider was too small, so it was giving us like ridiculous values. So now that we have small values, like as far as we saw, none of the values are above 10, right? They were all anywhere between 0 and 7, 8, whatever, right? Okay, so now what I'm thinking is, here we need to find, hold on, like that, oops. Okay, so here we need to find a way to basically do combos. Like, basically the values are going to kind of buff one another, right? So what I'm thinking of doing is, create temp vars for final inf values. Okay, so we're gonna do integer integer final white influence 0, integer final yeah, black, whatever, influence, integer final, oops, blue influence, integer final red influence, integer final green, integer final yellow. Okay, perfect. All right. And so here in this for loop, what I'm thinking of doing is applying the different bonuses, right? Won't you need an enum for the hierarchy of colored tiles? Um, in what sense? So what would the enum be, and what would the hierarchy be, basically, right? Because just to remind you, the reason why I didn't use an enum in the last stream is because by using an integer, right, and by simply like giving them names like that, right, uh, it's easier for me to apply these values to the list here, right? Because the integer can be used directly as an index, right? That's it. It's just it was to save us time on the code, basically. But I'm interested to know what you mean by making an enum for a hierarchy of colored tiles. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so what I'm thinking of doing is the following, right? Let's say, okay, hold on. Let's create a new one here like that. Okay, let's say we have a red tile, right? Oops, Jesus. We have a red tile, okay? And we have X number of positive values, and let's say Y number of negative values, right? I'm thinking we need to calculate to basically add all of the positives and all of the negatives and then do like one minus the other, right? Basically X minus Y, and it should give us Z, basically. And then whatever Z is going to be, let's say, the final red value or the final whatever, right? And then that value, then we're gonna update basically, we're gonna update this thing here, right? Influence types list. So actually what I'm thinking, I'm probably going to create this like that. Final inf types list equals new. There you go. And this, I'm going to rename it to base int. Okay. Equals inf type list element equals inf value after after adjustment inf influence value before adjustment. There you go. Okay. So here, what I'm thinking is integer positive white influence, integer negative white influence, okay, integer positive black influence, integer negative black influence, integer positive blue influence, negative blue influence, positive red, oops, there you go. I'm ahead off for now. Thanks for the stream, right? Yeah, no worries. Take care, Zeno. Positive green, negative green, and then finally int. It's going to be positive yellow influence, negative yellow influence. Okay. So now what I'm thinking, okay, is we're gonna do some very basic stuff, right? So first let's figure out which tile types are going to be boosting each other and which ones are going to be nullifying each other, right? For now, like let's try to keep it simple, right? So for now, what we're going to do is okay, let's start with white. White, let's say it's snow or whatever, something like that, right? So snow, or actually, no, okay. White is going to be stone. Dark gray is going to be some sort of fuel or whatever. Who knows? Blue is going to be water. Green is going to be land. Yellow could be gold. Whatever, right? Stuff like that. Whatever. Doesn't matter. But the idea is, let's figure out ways of like mixing and matching, basically. So the idea is, what would influence white would be so should I go with a for loop? Yeah. Okay, so find, so update all positive inf values, positive influence values. Okay. Fuck. This stream is very little stuff's happening because it's all in my head, right? I'm sorry, guys. But okay, so the idea is, because we want each tile to interact with one another, right? And with itself, right? We're going to have to create a for loop, go through each single value inside of the placeholder tile, each influence value inside the placeholder tile, right? And then at that point, we need to keep track of each different tile influence and how they like work with each other. So the point, okay, so for instance, let's say white tiles are obviously boosted by other white tiles, but they're also boosted by blue ones and green ones. Yellow ones don't do anything, and red and dark gray are negative, let's say, right? So all positive and negative inf values. Okay, so let's do a for loop. Int loop index 1 equals 0, loop index 1. So placeholder tile script, base influence types list dot count, boom boom. Okay, like that. Okay, so now let's go for 0. So if loop index 1 equals 0, or actually I don't even think I need to do a for loop. Actually, I really don't even think I need to do a for loop. I think all I need to do is yeah, positive white influence plus equals, okay, in parentheses, placeholder tile dot base influence list, and we said so 0 plus, let's say like that, what did we say, blue and green. Okay, so we said so it's boosted by itself, and then blue, and then green, right? So 2 and 4, let's say 4 like that, right? And then like that. Okay, Okay, then, okay, I guess I can remove the parentheses, whatever. Then we're gonna do negative white influence plus equals current placeholder script, blah, 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 base int, yeah, minus this, plus equals this, plus dot base influence list, dot, we said red, right? There you go. And because yellow doesn't affect it, we don't do anything with yellow, right? So now basically the idea would be to do the same for each of these, right? And then here we're just gonna do final white influence equals positive white minus negative white, like that, right? So equals like that. And then this dot final influence type list equals final white influence, let's say. Okay, so let's do it like that. Okay, so white, positive, white, and blue and green, negative, negative is going to be black and red, and then neutral yellow. Okay, all right. Okay, so this is basically going to be a very long one. It's very, I'm keeping it simple and stupid just because it's going to be easier to like visualize and understand what's happening, right? But that's the general idea, right? So let's say black. What's black going to be influenced by? Black is going to be influenced positive, and I don't know, yellow, okay? Negative is going to be black, so it's going to be negative towards itself, right? And yeah, so let's say only black, right? And then neutral is gonna be white and blue and green, let's say, right? So now what we're gonna do is positive black. God, this sounds. Oh, did the stream go down? Okay. Positive black influence. Plus equals. Oops. Plus equals dot base influence types, and we said red and yellow, so 3 plus 3 and 5, okay? Then negative black influence is going to be equal to black again, so base influence equals what's it called? Black is 1, okay? And then final black influence equals positive black minus negative black, okay? Okay. And then, actually, hold on. The last thing we need to do is simply like that, dot final influence type. So if this is lower than 0, then simply do this dot final influence type 0 times minus 1 equals dot final in times 0 Holy shit. There you go. Okay. So the idea here is, hold on. So the idea here is going to be, first we update the positive influences, then the negative ones, then we subtract the negative ones from the positives. But if the negative influences are too high, right? Then, hold on. This is actually wrong. Then they're just going to be equal to 0, basically, right? Because here in the populate grid, we're going to be using total influence, etc., right? We're going to use an RNG. And as you can see, the RNG like can't go into the negatives. Otherwise, it's basically it's going to break this thing. So because of that, we need to keep it like that, right? But actually, this line here, I can do this into a for loop later on, at the very end, okay? But for now, I'm just gonna keep it here just as a reminder of how we're gonna do things towards the end, right? So here we have this like that, then boom, like that, okay? There you go, like that. Let's say, let's see, blue is positive. Let's say positive is going to be white plus white and red and black, let's say. Like, I'm just making shit up, right? But the idea is to just create a bunch of random ones. So let's say green and yellow. Hold on, and I'm gonna do blue as well, right? Okay. So then we're gonna do positive blue influence plus equals. Okay, just like that. Hold on. Okay, just like that. So we said white, hold on, like that, just keep them in order, so this, right, hold on, okay, like that, plus this, plus this, plus this, okay? So, whoops, 0 plus 1 plus 2, there you go. Because red is 3 exactly, then negative is going to be, negative blue influence is going to be plus equals, what did we say? 4 and 5. Plus equals this plus this. Okay, so we said 4 and 5, right? Etc. etc. So then current dot final influence, we're at 2 here, plus equals final blue influence. Okay, so final blue influence equals positive blue minus negative blue. There you go. Okay, now let's do red. Red, we're gonna say positive red is only affected by itself. Negative is going to be blue and I don't know, blue and hold on, actually let me just not round to int, ceiling to int. There you go. So negative blue and let's see, white. The neutral is gonna be black and green and yellow, let's say, right? So here we're gonna do positive red. I know this is boring, but it's like I'd rather code it this way because it's although it's longer, it's simpler to visualize, right? Yeah, you were turning the negative white value to positive instead of, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so positive, we said it's only dot base influence values. Red was 3. There you go. Negative red is going to be equal to, we said blue and white. So this dot base influence 0 plus this dot base influence blue is 2. Okay, then we're gonna do final red, final red influence equals positive red minus negative red. Okay, and then finally this dot final values types, we're gonna do 3 equals final red. There you go. Wait, isn't it possible final blue gets a, yes, but same thing with black, etc. But what I'm gonna do, so here I showed how I can reset it to 0. Basically, if the final value, if there's more negative influence than positive, because of the way we're doing the populate grid function, instead of keeping the negative value, we're gonna reset it to 0, but instead of doing it after each, basically this eventually I'm gonna erase it, and then I'm just gonna do another for loop real quick and reset all the negative ones. That way it's gonna be faster, basically, right? Because basically once I'm done with all this, I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna tidy things up, right? Like optimize it a little bit, and then we're gonna do this. Okay, so let's say green positive would be green, or we're keeping them in order, blue and green. Negative would be, let's say, black and red. And then neutral would be white and yellow, let's say, right? So positive green influence plus equals this dot base influence. We said blue is 2 plus this dot base influence types, and green is 4. Green is 4. Then negative green influence plus equals black base influence. Its index is 1, and red is 3, I believe. Base influence, there you go. Then final green influence equals positive green minus negative green, there you go. And then this dot final types values 4 equals final green, there you go. And lastly, Jesus, finally, right? And again, this is only with 6 different tile types. Imagine if we have more, right? Shit can get really crazy really quickly, right? So then we have a positive for yellow, let's say yellow and red. Again, like I'm keeping things simple just because the point here is to make something that works, not necessarily make something that's balanced and whatever, right? So negative, we're gonna say white and blue, right? And then neutral, we're gonna do, what's left? Black, oops. So neutral, okay, yellow, red. So neutral would be black and green then, okay? So positive yellow influence plus equals this dot base influence. We said yellow, which is 5, or red, okay, so this plus base influence. Yellow is 5, oops, there you go. Negative yellow influence plus equals or actually another way of doing it that would be a bit more intuitive, actually, come to think of it, is like this, right? Positive white plus equals this dot base influence 2, like that. So let's erase this. Positive white influence. That's why I did that. Because the whole time I was like, why am I constantly doing plus equals? I could just do equal, right? There you go. That's kind of how I could do it. Now here like that. Negative white plus equals this, like that, right? Now you could do it like that. This way it takes a few more lines. Not really, like yes and no, but it's way more intuitive, I find, if we do it this way, right? Anyways, so let's just do this. Okay, hold on. Let's just do this like that. So we said 5, boom, okay, and then we just space it out a bit like that. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. There you go. Oops. Like that. 5. There you go. This like that. Okay, like that. Okay. Then this positive green we're gonna add here. It's 4. I'm gonna erase this. 1 negative green. 3 like that. Final green. So see, okay, so now it's a bit easier to read. You know what I mean? Like it's much cleaner, I find, right? But I mean, let me know. Maybe for you guys, it's a bit more difficult to read. I don't know, right? Like, let me know. But basically, here like that. Now we're just gonna do this like that here. 5. Okay. The scripts of your game are probably 10 or 20 times. Oh, bro, they're like, you have no idea. You have no idea how much more tedious they are. Oops. Okay, like that. Dot base influence. And we said white. Okay, like that. Oops. Like that. And blue, which was 2. Okay, so now final yellow influence equals positive yellow minus negative yellow. And then we're just gonna do current placeholder tile dot final 5 equals final yellow influence. Okay, and now once we're done with all of this, basically, right, we're just gonna do a for loop. So once we've updated all final inf values, set all negative ones to 0. Yeah. To prevent bugs in the populate grid function. Okay. So now we're going to do a for loop, int loop. So this is a single loop. Yes, okay. So loop index 1 equals 0, loop index 1 while it is lower than current placeholder tile dot final influence types dot count loop index 1 plus plus. There you go. And now literally all we do is if loop index, or no, if current placeholder tile dot final influence types loop index, if it is lower than 0, meaning it's negative, then we just placeholder tile dot final influence loop index 1 equals 0. There you go, right? That's basically what we did here, but now we're just gonna erase this like that. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, yeah. So we have all the positives, then the negatives, all the etc, 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 right? Okay, and then once we're done here, we're gonna do populate grid. Okay, I'm just gonna be right back. Give me 5 seconds. All right. Okay, so now let's test it out. Let's see how. Oh, hold on. No. I forgot something because it wasn't gonna work basically. Okay, so now here, what I need to do is replace this with final values. Okay. There you go. Are there any other instances of it? Hold on. Base influence. Are there any other instances? Okay, perfect. Okay. So now let's see, right? I don't even remember what kind of combos I did here, right? I just did random stuff that's different each time from each other, just to be able to see how things are gonna work. Now let me just go back here. Okay, so we still don't have the adjust tiles. So let me just activate the adjust tile influence. And then here, let me just prevent it from populating. So let's just see what the final values are, right? How else would functions interact, Cheddy? Jesus. Okay, hold on. Okay, so now the idea is we just want to see if we want to see what the difference is between the initial influence. Oh, hold on. Ah, fuck. I knew I needed to do this and then I forgot to implement it right before. Okay, let's select all of our, no, let's select our placeholder tile here. Base influence. Hold on. Console. Base influence tile. Tile influence. Yeah. Okay, exactly. So here we're gonna do 6. Oh, here we're gonna do 6. There you go, 666. Or 66, not 666. All right, now it should not give us errors. Yeah, we don't have any errors. Okay, so let's look at this. Okay, so it has spawned a certain number of each. Okay, perfect. Now let's click here. Let's go down. Holy shit. Okay, these are crazy values, right? These are ridiculous values. Okay, so how do we get, let's say, from 7 to all the way up here? Hold on. Okay, so how am I doing the code right now? Not in the tile influence, in the adjust influence. So positive, white. So they all start at 0. Then here, loop index. Oh my god, okay, I know why. Okay. It's because I don't reset them, right? I never reset any of these values, so that's why they end up becoming so fucking huge. Okay. So basically here, what I'm gonna do is first reset all temp variables. So positive white equals 0, negative white equals 0, final white equals 0, positive black, oops, final black, positive blue equals 0, negative blue, okay, final blue, positive red, negative red, final red, positive green, negative green, final green, positive yellow, negative yellow, fine. Hey, there you go. Okay. All right, that makes more sense. Okay. Whew. Okay. Grid builder, blah, blah, blah. All right. All right. Okay. So let's see here like that. Okay, let's select this here. Let's look. Okay, see? Okay, there you go. So now the values make more sense, right? We went from 7 to 17. We went from 4 to 1. We went from 1 to 10. We went from 3 to 0, etc., right? Let's click another one here. See? Completely different values, right? Or actually, no. Those are all the same final values, interestingly enough. Except this one. This one has 1. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, so they all seem to have... Wait, hold on. Does that make sense? Because shouldn't the distance influence unless... Hold on. Unless... Yeah. Okay, so all of the final values are the same because all of the base values everywhere are the same. Oh, hold on. Okay. So look. Basically, the distance stuff does affect it, but barely, ever so slightly, right? So here we go from 7 and here to 8, right? So what this means is that maybe the distance divider is a bit too strong, right? Okay, so hold on. Let's go back to our grid builder. Let's change it to 15, right? Let's change it to 15. Okay. So let's look. Okay, so here we have 44, whatever. Okay, ever so slightly. So these ones here are kind of the same. Okay, and that's why they're a little different. Okay, so now we're seeing a greater variety of values. Okay, so now let's see. If I put it back to 1.5, how it was initially, I suppose then we would get the biggest... So basically the distance divider is kind of what determines how powerful a single tile's influence is going to be, basically, right? So let's look here. Let's look at the one next to it. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna keep it at 1.5 because this really gives us completely different values for each tile, basically. Okay, I get it now. So basically the idea is when the distance divider was 150, okay, we would only see a big we would only basically see difference between tiles at like a radius of 100 tiles, right? In other words, hold on, let me just show you what I mean. Okay, let's do it. Or no, actually, let's do this like that, okay? So the idea is when it's 150, okay, let's say all tiles within this 100 radius, I don't know if it's actually 100, but the idea is, let's say all tiles within this radius basically have the same value, right? If it's 15 instead of 150, the radius gets smaller to this, let's say, right? And then if it's 1.5, it's actually tile per tile, right? So that's why I'm thinking we're going to keep it at 1.5, basically. Okay, so let's do it like that. Okay, it's at 1.5. Perfect. And now let's actually activate the populate grid. All right, populate grid. Okay, let's do, there you go, like that. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. And now because, now as we can see, we don't see any yellow ones and barely any red ones, right? Because of the way we did the combinations, basically, right? So now, yeah, so see, there's like one yellow one here and stuff like that, right? So here, look at the number of tile types. Green technically only starts with one single tile, but because it's like one of the most boosted ones, right? Like it's incredibly boosted. Meanwhile, like the yellow tiles are barely boosted or whatever. Then we end up with mainly blue, white, and green, and then a bit of black, and then whatever, right? So for instance, see here, we don't even have any black tiles, right? Here we have a few, etc., right? Okay, so now that we know that this works, let's actually make it make sense, right? Let's actually do something interesting, and besides from that, right? Let's change the number of tiles created, right? To be random, basically. So first things first. Here, set up number of tiles. If this, yeah, between 0, let's say between 1 and 11, right? So now what I'm gonna do here is, and again, like I know that the grid builder script, this is the third stream we're on it, and if we count the tower defense one, it's like the fourth or fifth one we're on it. But the reason why I want to take my time doing this is because if you're making a grid-based city builder, or even like a tower defense game, right? Basically a grid-based game, this is kind of like the bread and butter of that game, right? Like your game relies on the grid, and making a procedurally generated grid that's interesting is very useful. And also the same logic we're applying here to create this grid can very easily be applied if you're making a game like, let's say, a game like Diablo or something, or like a Binding of Isaac or stuff like that, right? Where like the levels get generated procedurally. Well, you're kind of using the same logic we're doing here, just a bit differently, you know what I mean? So that's why this is it's useful to take our time to really like look at how to make a grid, right? So here I put them all at -1, right? So now if I press play, every time I press play, it's gonna give us a drastically different looking, or it should at least give us a different looking level. But it's always gonna be mainly green, green, white, blue, and black, because I guess the way I coded it, these ones are like the strongest tiles, basically, right? There you go. Okay. So now if I press play again, it should give us a different looking one, right? Let's see. Okay, there we go. So see, this one has a bit more yellow in it, right? Only because yellow got a lot of tiles this time, right? Okay, there you go. All right, so now let's actually make it more interesting, make it a bit more balanced, basically. The grid layout determines how you play. I joked before about having buildings for this stream. I understand them. Yeah, no, but don't worry. Like, I also want to get to the buildings, but first we need to really get the grid working correctly, because if the grid is shit, then because the idea is that all other mechanics are dependent on the grid, right? Now for the tower defense, it worked fine because we didn't have different grid tiles, right? We didn't have grid tile types. But here it's different, right? So here we need different types, and so we need to take more time to implement them, right? Okay. So now let's actually figure out how we're gonna do our different grids, right? Or actually, no, yeah. I was thinking maybe we could use ChatGPT just to like make the combinations for us, but I'm like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna do them myself, right? So let's see. First, let's start with the water. So let's start with blue. Blue is gonna be affected by itself. Okay, so hold on. So here's what we're gonna do. Okay, first blue, okay, is going to be affected by base influence by itself times 2, okay. Then then we're gonna do plus equals placeholder tile dot base influence. So we're gonna say red and white combined create blue, right? So we're gonna do minus placeholder tile dot we're gonna say this, right? So hold on. So here we're gonna do integer temp blue inf is gonna be equal to this, okay? And then if temp blue inf is lower than 0, then do temp blue inf equals temp blue inf times -1. There you go. Right. Randy, it's a coder that likes to sweat for his art. I just remembered that date everything crap. It's funny how fucked. Bro, please. That game is disgusting. Okay, and then here we're just gonna do it like that, right? Okay, so let me explain what I'm doing, right? Now I'm going more in depth into how I'm gonna do the positive and negative influences and stuff like that, right? So I'm just associating the different colors with like elements or stuff like that, right? So I'm thinking white can be like snow, right? And red can be like fire or something like that. So blue tiles are more likely to appear in places. So basically, we take any blue influence and we double it, and then we also add we also add a variable that basically creates snow minus red is gonna give us this, for instance, right? And if it's negative, we just turn it positive, and it's gonna give us this, like that, right? Like that, and then so it's gonna be blue and white minus red. Okay, let's say that like that. Yeah, volcanic activity, something like that, right? Then what are we gonna do? For the negatives, we're gonna say green. Yeah, green and yellow, right? Exactly. For the negatives, it's just green and yellow, let's say. Okay, so blue is done. Let's say red is gonna be positive. It's gonna be red plus black. Okay. So red, let's say, plus black. And then the negatives are gonna be and maybe green, actually. And maybe green. And then the negatives are gonna be white plus blue. Let's say divided by 2. Whoops, divided by 2. Then mathf dot ceiling to int. Okay. There you go. Okay, so let's do this like that. Okay. Green is gonna feed on blue and other green. And it's gonna be negative. Red, black. Yeah, I think this is good here. Yellow. Yellow is gonna be increased by yellow and red. Negative, white and blue. Neutral, sure. Right, sure, let's keep it this way. Blah, blah, blah. Black is gonna be negative. Yeah, we're not gonna do negative by other black. We're gonna do negative by white. Oops. White. It's gonna be by itself. And red plus yellow. Right? Or actually, let's do the obsidian stuff, right? So let's say, yeah, it's gonna be negative by black, and then we're gonna say red times blue, right? So green. Yeah, let's do something interesting, right? So positive, it's gonna be red times placeholder dot base influence, like that. Okay, like that. Okay, and then white should be boosted by itself and let's say black, right? And then red should be negative for it. And then here we can have blue. No, we can have green and yellow. So it should be white and black plus black times blue, and then 3 times red. I don't know, like I'm making shit up, right? But basically 3 times red. Okay, and then here we're gonna do plus white and black. Okay, so that, there you go. Okay, all right. Okay, so now we've made it a bit spicier, basically. Okay, we've made these things a bit spicier. It's probably gonna create something really chaotic now that I've modified them this way. And again, like this is completely imbalanced, right? So expect pure chaos, but let's see now that I've changed it what it's gonna look like, basically, right? Holy shit. Okay, so now it's almost only white and black, basically. Okay, interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. And no green, no nothing. Lovely. Okay. Okay, interesting. Let's do play again. Okay, so white and black are clearly way too boosted. They're way too strong, basically. Right? Okay. So I'm just gonna quickly go to the bathroom real quick. And now I'm gonna think of a way to really properly balance this, just to make it truly interesting, so that then we can start placing buildings and like creating the building mechanics that are gonna be way more interesting, right? So be right back. Okay, so what I'm thinking looks like a plausible, plausible deserted landscape. Yeah. Okay, so now what I'm thinking is, first let's start with certain colors. So kind of what I was doing in the first stream where I was making the grid. Let's start with, let's say, um, okay. Let's start with doing each color separately, right? So basically, hold on. Okay, let's do it like that. Okay, let's just basically let's nullify every single color, positive or negative, and let's do them one by one, so that we have better control over how they work, right? So right now, if I press play, it should only be blue, basically, right? You still check your locker at the gym every 10 seconds in case crash. Bro, I'm almost that bad. Okay, so now it should all be blue technically. Oh, 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 interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Huh. Okay. So see, this is what happens when I only have blue and I haven't changed the way I coded it right now. Very interesting. Okay. So as you can see, it kind of looks almost like an actual shoreline. You know what I mean? So you see what I mean? So we need to do it color by color in order to really properly create something that is generated procedurally, but that does look legit, right? Okay. So the idea, so what is the logic that we used for the blue? We said positive blue influence. Because just a reminder, what I did here by disabling most of these lines is that the influences are still applied, but the base influences are still applied, but the final influences aren't, right? Except for the blue tiles. That's why we got like this weird white and blue type thing, right? Okay, so hold on. Actually, let's press play again a couple times to see what the actual pattern is, because now I'm curious. Let's look. Hold on. Should set. Okay, there you go. Now it has set up. Oh, so now it's all white. Interesting. Now it's all white because we only have 2 blue tiles. Okay, interesting. Let's press play again. Okay. Oh, I think now they're gonna be yeah, now it's like, oh, interesting. Okay, so now it's like almost all blue. Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. So, how are we doing the blue stuff? Okay, we're saying positive blue influence is equal to blue times 2. Okay. And then we say here temporary blue influence, it's white minus red. Yeah, okay. Okay, I get it. Okay, so now we're gonna completely change this, right? What we're gonna do is, let's say, okay, so hold on. So let's take this as an example, okay? Copy image. Okay, so let's, okay, perfect. Let's draw here. Okay, so what do we want? Okay, we want to create something that looks like this, right? Where we have like water, right? That stops when it detects like a shoreline, right? So using our current tile system, what I would say is, what I would say to do is, basically what we, because again, what we do is we spawn, let's say like a single tile here, another tile here, and like another tile here, and then from them, it's like an area of effect, right? Like an area of effect that they each affect one another, right? So let me just redo it like that, right? So let's say I have, well, yeah, let's say I have this one here like that, then this one here like that, and then say this one here like that. It's gonna do like an area of effect, right? That is then going to get stopped at certain places, right? So this one here is doing an area of effect, right? So on and so forth, right? And then here they like start getting affected, right? So we want to reproduce this, right? We want to replicate this, right? And so in order to do it, we need to create specific combos, right? Oh, hold on. Ah, fuck, not this. This here. So the combo we want to make in order to get this to work, right, would be to first start with the water, right? Ah, yeah. Yeah, it does look like a weird face. Okay, so what I'm thinking in order to create realistic looking water is wherever there is water, wherever there is water, there should be more of it, basically, right? Until it invariably diminishes the further away from the source we get, right? So basically oh, hold on. So here we start, the further away from the source we are, the less likely the water is, right? But at the same time, we want like these types of like river or like bay areas, right? We want stuff like that to happen, right? So it's not, it can't be so intense because otherwise we're only gonna end up with lakes, right? Okay, so how are we gonna do it? So first here, as I said, we're gonna double every place. So we're gonna do 2 blue, 2 times blue. And then what I want to do is yeah, so wherever there's green, yeah, what's up, Silver Sterling? So wherever there is green and yellow, so green is obviously land. Is yellow also gonna be land? Let's say yes, right? So let's say, actually, hold on, it's equal to, right, times 2 or times itself. If I do times itself, okay. I'm visualizing it better now. So basically, the way I've programmed, would yellow be the beach? Well, that's what I'm thinking. Yellow could kind of be the sand or the beach or whatever, right? But hold on. So the reason why it kept giving us such weird results, right, is because first the way I've coded it, the logic that I've used is that all tiles receive are influenced by the initial tiles that I spawn, right? Now the problem is that if I make the blue influence too strong, we can end up with what we saw earlier, where it's like it's all black, white, green, and blue tiles, because their influence was just way stronger than anything else, right? So for now, what I'm thinking is, that, oh fuck. Okay, be right back. 5 seconds. My mom is calling me. Jesus Christ. She called me to be like, did your dad tell you at what time to come over tonight? I'm like, no. She's like, oh, okay. Like, okay, cool. Anyways. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, first, let's try without the negative values, right? Let's try only with the positives, right? And to see what affects what else, right? So basically here, what I'm gonna do is like that, okay? There you go, okay? That's like a call from the abyss. Okay, so the only thing I modified right now is that blue, hold on. Okay. So now in theory it should all be blue, I'm thinking. Yeah, it's all gonna be blue, except the few couple of tiles. Yeah, there you go. So now it's all blue except the other tiles that aren't blue. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we're gonna do this, right? Because again, like this is a good learning opportunity for you guys to see how less is often more, right? When you're making video games, a lot of people, myself included, right? Like I'm guilty of this, is that you start coming up with very specific, very complex ideas, and you immediately try to implement those really complex ideas, kind of what I did here, right? Like with all of these different bonuses and stuff, right? And it ends up creating something that's very convoluted, very weird, right? But oftentimes just doing it like simpler is better, right? keep it simple and stupid. So for now, the only thing that's going to affect blue influence is we're just gonna double the blue influence of every tile, right? Now let's move on to let's move on to the green one, right? Now for the green one, the thing that's going to affect the positive is whether or not there's blue near it, right? So what I'm going to do here is blue and green. Okay. So now this for now, it's going to be like that. Like that. Here for blue, we set 2 times blue. Okay. And then negative, we're going to do this. Neutral. Okay, there you go. Okay. Whereas green is here. For green, we're gonna say like that. Okay, plus blue plus green. Okay, so now let's see what that's gonna look like. Okay, let's press play. Yeah, lack of synthesis. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it, right? Okay, interesting. So now once again it's a bit too chaotic, right? Like it doesn't look like a proper shoreline like what we're trying to create, right? Okay. So now okay, green is gonna be blue and green. Blue and let's say 2 times green. Okay, 2 times green. So this here it's gonna be green times 2. Okay, now if I do it like that, or actually hold on, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to remove the blue and I'm just going to keep the green. I'm gonna double the green. So now we double the blue and we double the green, right? Okay, let's do save. Yeah, it looks like a swamp, exactly. Okay, let's see now. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, there you go. Okay. So now it still looks a bit swampish. Okay, so you know what I'm gonna do? Let's do something interesting here, okay? Okay, hold on. Notepad. All right. You know what time it is, baby? Okay. So. Okay. So. Here. Let me explain. Or actually, let's do it like that. Okay. Like that. Okay. I'm currently prototyping a city builder game in Unity, and I'm working on a script that procedurally generates a grid that I will use. Florida has never looked better. Yeah, that procedurally generates a grid that will use. Hold on. I'm currently prototyping a city builder game in Unity, and I'm working on a script that procedurally generates a grid that will allow the player to place buildings on. Okay, here's a function in the script in question. Okay, in this function, so the logic of the script is that I first generate a grid with placeholder tiles, pH tiles, and I then replace a couple of them with a real grid tile, white, black, blue, red, green, or yellow. Okay. These tiles then add their influence to all other placeholder tiles, at which point this function, the function above adjusts these influence values based on certain compatibilities. Example, green tiles have greater influence when green tiles gain influence based on blue tile influence. Okay. Could you help me come up with combinations, with a balanced combination for the final inf values, for all 6 tile types? Hold on. Does this make sense? And if so, there you go. Okay. So let's go to our best friend, ChatGPT. I have yet to get to watch Synth play that, but from what I know, Jim Sterling had a part in that. So going off of that, yo, bro, Jesus. As your setup makes good conceptual sense, you're establishing a system where placeholder tiles receive influence from surrounding real tiles, and then that influence is processed using compatibility rules to generate final influence values. This kind of layered, rule-based influence propagation is a solid foundation for procedural generation in city builders, especially when you want to give your grid logic and emergent structure. Let's recap and refine what you have. Yeah, white, black, blue, red, green, yellow tiles. Interpretation of your goal. You're working with 2 layers of influence, base influence from place tiles, final influence, adjusted values that determine which tile to place during grid population. Each tile gains positive influence from compatible types, negative influence from conflicting types, neutral influence from non-affecting types. Sure. Okay. Proposed balanced influence compatibility matrix. Positive from white, black, 1 times blue, negative 1.5 times red. Sure. Okay, so let's follow exactly what ChatGPT gave me, right? Okay, blah blah blah. This is unimportant. This here is a bit more interesting. So let's say blue, white, red would be blue and white divided by 2. Sure. Okay. Negative. Self-reinforcing. Okay. Here's how you could structure the core of the new logic per tile. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's copy the logic that it's giving me just to see how ChatGPT would balance this basically. So positive white, we said reinforced by itself. Then 1 times blue, then black, and then blue. Let's say black and blue, let's say. Okay. And negative is 1.5 times red. Okay. F. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Okay. F. Seal to int. Math F. There you go. Okay. Like that. So then let's see here like that. Black is red and 2 times blue, negative from other black. Okay, so we're gonna say positive black this is plus equals dot base influence. Red is 3, and then positive black influence plus equals, let's say placeholder tile dot base influence 2 times 2. Okay. And then negative black is going to be black influence. It's going to be plus equals, oops, current placeholder tile dot base influence by itself, let's say. Okay, like that. Then what is blue? 2 times blue, and then negative, let's say negative blue influence plus equals base influence red, oops, base influence yellow. Okay, all right. Then red, what is red? Red is just like that. Okay, so oops, like that. So red and black, and then blue and white. Okay, perfect. So then negative red, and then we're gonna do, we said white and blue. Okay. Then green is blue and 2 times green. Yeah, okay, blue and 2 times green. And then negative is black and red. Sure, okay, so it literally just copied the thing that I had done already. Okay. Red and yellow. Red and yellow. Okay. And then white. Yeah, so it literally just copied. You fucking bastard. you lazy little AI. All right. So it literally just copied what I had already written. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I think it's gonna give us another diarrhea grid. Yeah. It's giving us another diarrhea grid. Okay. Yeah. Like it used to be before. Okay. The issue I'm getting right now is that yeah. So the issue I'm getting right now is that the tiles are too random. They are too chaotic. And so the grid doesn't end up looking like a landscape, but instead like, how can I say? Or actually, hold on. What if I changed one tiny little thing here? Floor to int. There you go. Floor to int. Let's say. Okay. Floor to int. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so now it looks like a lava type of place. Now there's barely any blue stuff. Interesting. So just by changing it from floor to int, from ceiling to int to floor to int, changed that. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Oh, all right. Okay, interesting. Okay. So now let's do this. Let's make it back to 150. Ah, okay. Okay, interesting. 150. Huh. All right. Very interesting. If I do it 15, huh. Okay. So there's barely any red anymore. Okay. Now if I do it 1.5, let's see. Yeah, and now it's back to fully red. Okay. Red and yellow and black. Yeah, it really looks like a volcanic landscape. Okay, interesting. Okay. All right, so let's go back to what I was saying to ChatGPT. Okay, so the issue I'm getting right now is that the tiles are too random, they're too chaotic, and so the grid doesn't end up looking like a landscape, but instead like a mess of random tiles. Okay. Ideally, I would like the adjusted values to increase the likelihood of a specific tile type to spawn next to another one like it. Okay? In other words, I'm trying to make it so that the influence adjustment yeah, so in other words, I'm trying to make it so that the influence adjustment creates proper patterns based on said tiles compatibility. Okay. For instance, green tiles represent land and blue tiles represent water. Therefore, green tiles should be more likely to spawn next to one another and next to water, right? Yellow tiles also represent land, but they should be more likely to spawn next to spawn away from water as opposed to next to it. Okay. So on and so forth for all other tiles. So with this logic in mind, could you help me come up with the various compatibilities, positive and negative, between all tile types, for all tile types, Let's see what it gives me. It's perfect sense. What you're asking is for is pattern procedural generation using influence propagation that favors biome cohesion. Exactly, not chaotic diversity. You want smooth transitions between tile types. Example, water to coast to grassland rather than isolated noisy tile placements. Let's now define a clear compatibility matrix tuned for blah blah blah. Yeah, tiles represent landscape archetypes. So water, grassland, dryland. Let's say industry, mountain, neutral, whatever. Yeah, sure. So positives. Okay. Calculate influence. Blah blah blah. Okay. So let's see. Let's see what it gave me here. Okay, so white is positive, blue and green. So blue and green. Okay, negative, yellow and red. So negative is going to be yellow and red. But again, let's keep it simple, right? Not do any like multiplied or multiplications or whatever, right? Let's do it like that. And you know what? I guess. Do I still have the red tiles? So that's their current tiles. Yeah, based on the divider. Yeah. So you know what I'm thinking? Okay, hold on. First, yeah. Hold on. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Okay. Times 2. That. What do you guess? Okay. Okay. So, oops. So here, what I'm gonna do is positive black influence plus equals this times 2. Okay. Yeah, this like that. Okay. Red is 3. Like that. Green. Yep. Green is itself. So right now what I'm gonna do is each tile type is gonna boost itself and nothing else, right? So by like doubling its power, again, like keep it simple and stupid, just gradually procedurally add stuff, and let's see how it's gonna look. Okay. All right. Okay. Now the reason why it's mostly yellow and black and white is because these are the 3 tiles that got generated the most, right? Okay. Now let's press play again. Okay. Because I think now that I think about it, I think one of the main reasons as to why it looks like such chaos, right? It looks so chaotic, is because ultimately every single tile receives influence from all others, right? So basically what I'm thinking is there should be a way to like have the different how can I say, basically here, and the closer a tile is to the original blue tile, the more blue influence it's gonna get, right? But eventually what I would want is if how can I say, I want the influences to basically like nullify one another. If you see what I mean, right? So did you take out the logic that had the blue tiles representing the water to be on the, well, I took that logic out. Like I still have the code, right? Like it's right here. It's all of this. I just took it out just because I wanted to create a new logic for the grid that uses this mechanic of like influences and stuff like that, right? Now I think what the problem is with this is that I'm not properly, like basically the negative stuff isn't used properly, right? So what I'm thinking is I need to kind of restructure this in a way where every tile's influence. Okay, I think I kind of figured it out. Okay. Basically it needs to be a rock paper scissors. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna try to use ChatGPT to help me organize my thoughts, right? Okay, so I think I figured out a problem with my design. Oops. The way that my function is currently structured means that every placeholder tile will always have influence from all 6 tile types. What I want is to instead find a way to take the base influence values and basically filter them out based on compatibility using a sort of rock paper scissors logic. Understandable? Would it be a little more beneficial to indicate exactly which tiles should be touching, like blue can only touch yellow and yellow? Well, exactly. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do. But what I realized is that the way I've coded it here right now, it doesn't do that, right? Instead, so in order to do that, to do this like rock, paper, scissors of like, for instance, like only, like the only tiles that can touch blue tiles, let's say, are yellow tiles, for instance, right? Meaning that, how can I say? Meaning that I need to when I adjust the influence values to make it so that when it detects something, it's going to increase the likelihood of the tile being yellow by like a crazy amount and lower all others, for instance, right? That's kind of the idea I'm going with, right? So what I want is to instead find a way to take the base influence values and basically filter them out based on compatibility using a rock, paper, scissors logic. For instance, Okay. Uh, blue tiles representing water would only appear whenever the base blue influence the base blue influence is greater than the yellow the base yellow influence. Likewise, green tiles would only appear whenever the base green inf plus base blue inf are both greater than base yellow inf, so on and so forth. If this makes sense, could you help me come up with such an order that would allow each tile type to appear organically following a sort of rock, paper, scissors hierarchy. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yes, that makes total sense. You're absolutely on the right track. You realize blah blah blah. You identify that if every tile receives some positive influence from every type, then none of them stand out. Exactly. They all fight each other equally and end in noise. Exactly. What you're proposing instead is a winner takes all approach. Exactly. Where a tile only appears if its base influence beats its competitors based on hierarchical or conditional logic. This will create stronger regional identity and more natural biomes. That's the idea, right? Okay. Used when no other is dominant. Okay. So proposed rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Water, vegetation, dry land, plains, urban, mountain / wasteland. Okay, that sounds good. Okay. Each type overpowers the one below it only if its base influence is higher. For example, blue beats green, i.e. water washes out grass. Green beats yellow, grassland overgrows desert, for instance, whatever, right? Yellow beats red, fertile land avoids urban decay. Yeah, white is neutral and fills in only if no other wins. Okay, example rule logic per tile. Integer blue equals base blue, blah blah blah. Blue is greater than green and blue is greater than black, blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Perfect. So we're gonna have to basically restructure all of this, right? Instead of being positive white, negative white, etc., what we're gonna do is integer current type positive influence equals 0. Integer current type negative influence equals 0. And then integer current type final influence equals 0. Okay. And now let's do it like that. Okay. Now it's going to give us a bunch of errors here. Like that. Okay, there you go. So now for white is, as we said here, it's so used when no other is dominant. So what we're going to do is current type positive plus equals placeholder tile dot base 0. Okay. Meanwhile, we're gonna do current type negative influence is going to be placeholder tile script base influence 1. Okay, hold on. So what I'm gonna do here is current type positive equals 0, negative equals 0, final equals perfect. Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna do the same. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're gonna close this, and we're gonna do final current type final influence. Okay, like that. Okay, then we're gonna reset everything again. Okay, and we're gonna do current type, or actually no, instead of doing all of this crazy stuff, we're just gonna do a loop. So for this current one, we're gonna do for int loop index 1 equals 0, loop index 1 is lower than placeholder blah 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 base influence dot count loop index 1 plus plus. There you go. Okay, now what we're gonna do is first reset these, and then what do you call it? Hold on. So how is it showing it here? Blue is greater than green, and blue is greater than black, for instance. Final type equals blue. Stuff like that. Okay. Okay. So here, right now we're gonna do type positive plus equals placeholder tile dot base influence type loop index. Oops. Okay. But the problem with this would it work as a loop, or am I better off? I think I'm better off doing it this way, actually, because I'm gonna have more control over it. Whatever. Anyways, never mind. Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna. It's gonna be. It's gonna take more time, but it's gonna be much clearer how it's done, and I'm gonna have more control over it, right? So we're gonna do, as I was saying, we're gonna reset all of these here like that. Okay. Then we're literally just gonna copy this, right? But instead we're gonna do 1. We're just gonna remove this, right? Make up your mind, Chad. Okay, hold on. Let's do it like that. Boom. Boom. 3, 4, and 5. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Perfect. Okay, so now let's copy paste this. Okay, let's actually remove all of this noise. Okay, like that. Let's remove all of this noise like that. Okay, let's do this like that. It's gonna be 2. Now we're gonna remove this. Now let's replace this like that. It's gonna be 3. We're gonna remove this. Let's do this like that. Boom. It's gonna be 4 like that. Now there you go. It's gonna be positive 5 and no negatives, let's say. Right? Let's just keep it simple. So now basically what it should look like is the result, I think, is going to be it's going to be the opposite of how it was so far. So far it was really chaotic, but now in theory, assuming this works, it should be the opposite. It should basically be like big blobs, right? Like basically like a big red blob next to like a big green blob next to like you know what I mean? In theory, again, assuming it works, right? Let's see. Theory. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, we have lots of yellow here. Okay, interesting. So now it's all yellow. All right. So clearly something went wrong. Hold on. Oh wait, no, hold on. I'm stupid. No, yeah. I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, okay, no, okay, it makes sense. Yeah, because I didn't actually finish the script. Okay, so let me explain what went wrong, right? The idea here is that I'm still updating every single influence type, but basically the white type is competing with all 5 others. The black one is competing with these 4, etc., which means that the yellow one is competing with nobody, which is why they're always all going to be yellow, basically. So yeah, so that's what happened here. Okay. So basically I haven't finished this. Okay. So what's happening here is first we're going to see basically yeah, the white tile is competing with all other tile types. So now here what I need to do is if final influence type is greater than 0, which means that, yeah, which means, yeah, so okay. So basically instead of having a list of final influence types, right? Yeah, what I'm gonna do for now, okay, is let's go here. No, let's go into this script here. What I'm gonna do is simply public int final type ID equals this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. If this, so these here we're gonna delete. Not delete, but we're gonna disable these lines of code here. Okay. Like that. Okay. And now here what we're gonna do is placeholder tile script dot final tile type ID equals 0. Okay. There you go. So that's what we're gonna do here. Is simply like that. Boom. Boom. Like that. Do 3. We're gonna do 4. Oops, 4. And we're gonna do 5. But we're not done yet, right? Because right now, right now it's still looking through each and every single one of them, right? So then what we're gonna do is, here we're gonna do else, right? Fuck, hold on. Hold on. So basically here, first we're checking, oh, hold on, this was the black. Okay, so first we're checking the white one, right? Is, so used when no other is dominant, right? So we're comparing the white tile's strength, right? Its influence strength with all others. If it ends up being positive, that means that there's more white influence than any other tile influence, right? Which means that at that point, this becomes 0, right? So then, okay, so then what I'm gonna do is here like that. It's if placeholder tile dot final tile ID is greater than 0. No, I mean is lower than 0, right? Or actually is not equal to 0. We're gonna do this, right? We're basically gonna take all of this and move it here, right? Like that. Yeah, okay, there you go. So now what I'm gonna do is if placeholder tile is actually, yeah, if it's not equal to 0, check this. Yeah, do it like that. By the way, this if statement is fucking terrible. Final type ID, there you go. If final type ID is not equal to 1, right? So like that. So now here we're gonna do if is not equal to 2, do this like that. Wait, hold on. Equal to 3, not equal to 4, and not equal to 5, right? Not equal to 1 to 2. There you go. There you go. So now I think it should work once I'm done doing this. Again, like, I'm sorry if this stream was a bit more boring than the other ones, but it's just now we're getting into a bit more fancy and complex mechanics, right? So yeah, because basically procedural generation, if for it to be good and not look like diarrhea, basically it needs to be done with a proper logic, right? A proper level of thinking and planning, basically. So now in theory, hopefully it should work. Let's just check our code to make sure. So if the current final ID isn't equal to 0, which its base value is -1, so it should not, right? If it's not equal to 0, do this, then immediately check if it's not equal to, oh no, wait, no, okay, exactly. So if it's, so basically if it's lower than 0, yeah, so if it's lower than 0, which means it's going to be -1, but then here it's if it's because I don't want to do the same if statement like 6 times in a row, right? I want to see the grid produce a meteor impact. So hold on. How can I do this the proper way, right? So basically, if not equal if, yeah. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it like that. And see. Yeah, let's do it like that and see if it happens. If it's gonna work. If I just have the exact same fucking if statement 6 times in a row, right? Boom. Like that, right? Okay. All right, let's, come on. It's compiling. All right. Task canceled. What the fuck is this? When was this? 26. Okay, no, that's not, that's irrelevant for us. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so now there's a failure. It's giving us a failure. What? Okay. So if blah blah blah. So if it's lower than 0, blah blah blah. So then if it's not equal to 0, if it's not equal to 1, or no, yeah. Because the problem, hold on. It shouldn't give me an error for having these, right? But let's look. Okay. Okay, come on. Save, save. Let's go back to here. Let's go placeholder. Final type -1. Okay. Ah, fuck. Hold on. No, I know where it gave me an error. It's because of here. All of this. So find the tool influence, blah, blah, blah. So current type. Like that. And then here we're gonna do like that, placeholder tile dot final type ID. There you go. I forgot this line. Okay, so now in theory it should work. Okay, come on, there you go. Okay, now hopefully it should work. Okay, so now it's still all, it's all still 0. Oh, fuck. Not 0, but yellow. It's all still yellow. Okay. Probably because it's basically doing the same thing, right? Let's play it again. Oh, okay, so now it's all red. Jesus. Okay, hold on. So now, let's see if it basically only gives us one color. Like all green or something. Oh. Okay, never mind. Now it's black and yellow. Okay, interesting. Okay. The third impact. Yeah. Oh, now it's all green. Hold on. Now it's green and yellow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So let me, okay, so we have the current type, position, positive influence is this, right? Then if, so current type, final type, I could do it like that, or I could also just do if positive influence is greater than negative influence, then boom. So I don't even need final influence, I just need this, right? Else, and now here I'm gonna do this. Okay, I'm gonna do this like that, else like that, and then if, no, yeah, this is gonna cause more problems. Yeah, it's gonna get weird. Okay, hold on. So what I can do is maybe a while loop or a for loop, right? So for int loop index 1 equals 0, loop index 1 is placeholder grid, no, placeholder tile dot base inf count loop. There you go. So if placeholder tile final type ID is lower than 0, right? Then do, okay, so then if loop index equals 0, okay, it's going to be positive. So hold on, there you go. Okay, so this is how we're gonna do. Check to see what the most dominant tile type influence is. Okay, like that. We're gonna remove this because we don't actually need it, or actually we might need it, whatever. For now we're not gonna really touch it, like that. And then finally we're gonna do like that. Okay, there you go. Else if loop index 0 equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. White, black, blue. Yeah, I'm losing my mind. I'm fucking losing my mind. Okay, red, green, yellow. All right. So here we have black. Okay. Oh, hold on. Actually, I can just do this. Like that. Here it's 1. We're removing this. 1. So now we're just gonna copy paste. Paste. 2. Boom. Boom. 2. Okay, like that. 3. Like that. 3. 5 like that, and then this is, yeah, greater than 0. Yeah, because they get reset here. Okay, that's good. Okay, now these ones here, I'm just gonna erase them because we don't really need them. Okay, there we go. Let's just keep it clean and simple. There we go. Let's remove this. Okay, there you go. So now hopefully it should give us a slightly more logical thing, right? And then, okay, stay strong, Chad. We're only over 2 hours 40 minutes. Yeah, because I just want to finish this like properly, you know, get it working, because I don't want to like basically fix the issue off stream because it's gonna look weird, you know what I mean? Okay. So once again, okay. So once again, it's basically overwhelmingly one color now. Okay, because of all of them. So how does this work? Adjust tile, we'll go through each tile, and then for this tile in here, we're looking at this, right? Okay. Okay. For the current tile, yeah. So why is it so why is it making them all the same basically, right? Okay, hold on. Okay, so alright, so this is what my function looks like now. Okay, what ends up happening is that the entire grid ends up being populated by 1 or 2 grid types or tile types. Example, all red or half yellow, half black. Yeah. What in my code do you think causes that to happen? Hold on. That. Okay, let's see. Sure, the problem, sorry. All right, evaluating all 6 types in order inside the loop, but you assign final type ID as soon as anyone passes the positive to negative check, meaning once one type passes the check, no others are allowed to compete. Because tile type checks from white, black, blue, etc., the earlier ones always win, especially if base values are relatively close. You're also assigning final type equals 3, and in 3 different places, even for green. Oh, yeah, well. Okay. So first of all, let's fix that mistake. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah, so actually let's, that's a big mistake. Let's fix that mistake and just look at how it looks like now. Okay, come on. Holy shit. Oh my god. There we go. Let's look. Jesus. All right. It's still populating. Okay. Okay. All right. So now we have this like that. This like little island here. Okay. Okay. Okay, now it's all yellow. So once again, I don't think ChatGPT was particularly helpful because I don't think it properly understood what the issue is. Copy paste error code, either writing other types, fixed strategy. No, bitch. Yeah, no. Okay, so ChatGPT was not useful here. What a shocker. Again in the desert. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Right now, the logic is we go from tile type to tile type and we all compare them, right? So basically, if the final ID for the current, current placeholder tile dot final type ID is not greater than this, right. So actually, okay, let me do this. Okay, this times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2, or no, actually, yeah. So this is 1 times 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Holy shit. Can you fucking compile already? Come on, baby. There you go. Oh my god. Bruh. Alright, there you go. Okay. Fuck's sake. Okay, let's see if it's gonna work. It's probably not gonna work. But let's see what it makes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Now here it's almost all blue. Right. Okay, are they all still the same value? Let me see. Base influence 1. 1, 1. Okay. So it's 1 depending on, but it's also depending on the number of tiles, right? PC is overheating. No, hopefully not. It's fine. Okay, let's see. What color is it gonna be now? Okay, here we have a little bit of blue. Okay, so basically the way I'm coding it is that in theory, because the influence is added based on proximity, we should be having a bunch of different islands, right? Meanwhile, here, this thing spawned, and instead of the blue being around it, it's like all over the place here, right? It makes no sense, right? So clearly something's not working as intended. Let's see, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Come on. Okay, so now it's still... Oh, the Russian flag. Okay, cool. All right, but... Okay, so one of the issues was with this idea that the moment I have more than one of each tile type, stuff gets weird, right? But now this once again looks interesting. Okay, so hold on. Okay. All right. And once again, because we have only one of each type, right? The only white tile that was spawned initially is here, but then all of the procedural ones were created here, right? The only yellow tile that was spawned here, yet we only have a couple of yellow tiles here. The only black one spawned was here, yet we have a bunch of black ones here, right? Like, how does that make any sense, right? So that makes no fucking sense. And so the idea here that I had was because because this one here, okay, hold on. Because this one here is competing against all other fives, that's why I multiplied it times 5, right? To see if its value would be more likely to compete against all 4 of theirs or something like that, right? That's kind of what I had in mind. But now let me try something else, right? Let me try something else here, basically. Let's try this out. 0, 5, 0, 4, 0, 3, 0, 2, 1, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's do it this way. Basically, now let's all compare them to all the others, basically, right? Let's see what it ends up giving us. Okay. Let's wait a million years for all of this shit to compile. Come on. Come on, you bitch. You bitch. Oh my god. Okay. Save. Let's see. So basically, right now, the way it's done is that in theory, wherever a specific tile type is greater than all the others in strength, only then should it like populate them, basically. Okay. Now, instead, yeah. Okay, so now basically what ends up happening, yeah, okay. What ends up happening is that in no place are they stronger than the rest, right? So let me give you an example, okay? here, if I click on this here, red, yeah. So it's all 0 everywhere. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck's sake. Hold on. Hold on, I'm comparing base value types. Current type, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah, and I stopped updating the final ones. Okay, that's why they were all 0. Okay. I got mixed up. Right, and then if it is final type, etc. Okay, so let's press play again. Okay, hold on. All right. Holy shit. Okay. So let's look at that. Right, okay, I have one of each type. Okay. And now, let's click on this here. Oops. Let's click on this. So basically this one is closest to the green and far away from all the rest, right? And what is it? So 65 is never going to be equal to all of these added on top of one another, right? So now let me just do this, right? In order to have a random number of each tile to see what it's going to give us now. Because now I'm going to have a random number of each tile. Each tile type is going to appear at least once, right? Okay, hold on. And here it's giving me an error. Okay. Hold on. So each tile type is going to appear at least once. So let's say white here. White is going to be 150, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So white, despite being this fucking close, or actually, holy shit, hold on. I just realized something. Holy fuck, I'm stupid. Okay. I just realized something. I really need to pee, so I'm going to go pee. I'm going to be back in like 30 seconds and I'm going to tell you what I just realized. Okay. Okay, touch your pee-wee. They got an idea. The grinning hours of fun. No, I'm just peeing. Jesus Christ. You fucking perverts. Okay, so what I realized is that to begin with, the whole algorithm, the way it gives influence is completely fucked. Okay, let me explain. Right? Here we calculate the distance, right? Which is the vector 3 dot magnitude. And then we divide it by the distance divider. The problem with this is that even if we divide it by the distance divider or whatever, right? What this means is that the closer we are, because the current grid tile's influence is the base influence multiplied by the distance divided by the distance divider. But what this means is that no matter by how much we divide it, okay, the further away it is, the greater the influence, right? So basically, this, let's say this blue tile here, right, is literally going to have more influence over this one here than this one because the distance is greater, basically. You see what I mean? So this whole thing is like erroneous, basically, right? So instead, what I should do, okay, is, basically I think it's this, okay? Okay, like that. So grid tiles influence equals mathf dot floor to int tile dot base influence divided by this between distance divider, basically, or let's say ceiling to int. Okay, so let's just change this, right? Let's first only change this and see how everything else is going to change, basically. And now let's wait another fucking eternity. Jesus Christ. Come on. All right. Compile. Sorry. Okay. Save. Let's see. Okay. Let's do one of each, right? Keep it simple and stupid. Let's do one of each. Let's save project. Okay. Okay, now it's still giving us an error. Okay. But let's see, let's look. Okay, first. Let's look here, right? One. Yeah, one on each of these because it's ceiling to integer, right? Okay. I get it now. Final type -1. Okay, and also what error does it give me here? Oh yeah, because it's -1, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So now let's do this, right? Times 5. Let's add times 5 to each of them, right? Like that, right? And then divide, so times divider divided by, let's do it like that. So, okay, let's do it like that. Okay. All right. Let's see now what it's gonna give us. It's gonna be 1 times 1.5. So 1 times distance. Divided by distance. Hold on. So multiplied, so base influence. Okay, hold on. Let's go here. Base influence, let's say 15 times 1.5. Oh my god, my nose. God, this fucking grid. But you see, this right here, this is what game dev is about. It's just fixing bugs, getting something, even the most basic shit to work. Okay, so obviously it's still not working as we would like. Okay, hold on. So let's look here. Okay, it's still giving us, okay, 15, 8, 5, 4, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, so basically, as we see, the further away it gets, the less, like the weaker the influence is, but the longer it stays there. Okay, so now this works as intended, right? And then 1, 1, 1 forever, right? Until eventually, well, it's always ceiling to int, so it's always going to be at least 1, right? Okay. Okay, so that kind of works, right? Let's boost the influence by 10 and make it 150. Okay, like that. Let's make it 150. Let's quarter time investment, 10% doing something, 90% fixing it. Absolutely. But also part of the reason why I'm still working on this, even though the stream has been going on for longer than the average, it's also because right now for my game that I'm doing, I'm at a point where I'm doing something very similar to this, so it's kind of like practice basically. Okay, yeah, that's because, right, 150, 33726. Okay, perfect. Blah 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 blah. There you go. 8, 7, 4, 3. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, so it more or less works now. Okay, like that. Let's do it here. Base influence times distance divider. Yeah, by distance between, etc, etc. Okay. Now here, let's just remove this. Let's remove these like that. Okay. And right now the way that we're doing it is we're going through every single placeholder tile, and then inside of it we're going for every single base influence type, right? Loop index, right? And then we're basically going if loop index equals 0, check this, right? Otherwise, if it's 1, do this. But all of this is assuming that the final ID is not 0, right? Then if this like that, then final type ID is this, right? Okay. So let's look. Holy shit, come on. Come on! Okay. So it's still not exactly happening as we would like, right? Let's say 107, blah, 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 boom, boom, boom. So 75, for instance, here, 75, this should be blue, right? 75 is greater than all of these combined, right? So then why is it not? Well, hold on. Here it says final type ID is 2. But then... Okay, right, because I think... Okay, hold on. I think I kind of have an idea of what's going on. Because some of them, all of their values are so low that they end up all being false, right? So final ID stays -1, and then it creates a bug here. And the moment that this bugs out, none of them appear, basically, is what's happening. So here, what I'm gonna do is... It's... yeah, right here at the end of the loop, right? Yeah, here at the end of the loop, it's if current placeholder tile dot final type ID is still lower than 0, then integer RNG tile ID is going to be equal to random.range 0.6, right? And then final placeholder tile dot final type ID equals RNG tile ID. Okay. So let's see if this is going to kind of fix this thing. But it's probably going to create other problems of its own, basically. Like, basically what this means is that this thing here is, again, assuming everything works, is that it's going to create some spaghetti, like some diarrhea, only in some parts of the grid, in theory. Okay, there you go. All right. Save. All right, come on, baby. Hopefully. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah. So you see, here we can see the spots where the actual tiles are. There you go. See, so now it's actually starting to look much better. And then the rest, it's just random, basically. Right? Okay, there you go. Okay, so now let's see if I do random numbers of tiles each, right? Let's see what it's gonna give me. Okay. Okay. There you go. All right, so here we have a bunch of blue ones. Here we have a little bit of blue, a little bit. Okay. So basically, when there are more tiles, what it does is that it suppresses them even more. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay. So now that we have this working, okay, let's do it the way I had done it initially, which is basically that each of them are going to be competing against the rest, basically, right? So these against these ones like that, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Now let's see. So now again, using the original logic of like the rock, paper, scissors, of like first we check for white tiles everywhere where the white tile is strongest. That's where it appears, so on and so forth. So now in theory, because the yellow tile is the last one, it should have mostly yellow tiles. Basically, like it should be little islands in an ocean of piss, basically, as fucked as it sounds. Or actually like in the desert. That I think that's more flattering. It's great to see where my brain went. Okay. Okay. Oh, hold on. Come on. Okay. Okay, so here we have a little green island in the middle. Okay. Okay, there you go. See, so now it's already starting to look better. Okay. Okay. Good shit, good shit, good shit. Okay. Yeah. So you see, so now it's starting to look better, right? And I would say the best spot of all of these would be basically like this area here, right? Where we see like some of the green stuff, right? Like that with a few islands, and like let's pretend that the red is the water, for instance, right? So okay, so we're almost there at this point, right? Now, I've already been streaming for almost 3.5 hours. And the thing is, I'm not sure how long it would take me to basically perfect this recipe and make it look really proper, right? So what I'm thinking is, I think I'm gonna end the stream here, okay? And then probably tomorrow, a bit before the stream, I'm gonna mess around with this, because this now almost works, right? But I'm not sure how much longer it's gonna take me to like stress test and try different things out, right? So actually, let me know, like, would you guys be interested for us to spend, let's say, another 10 to 15 minutes to try and figure it out? And if in 10 to 15 minutes we don't figure it out, I'm just gonna move the rest to tomorrow? Or would you be okay with me ending the stream right now? Right? Like it's up to you guys. Like let me know like right now, right? If you'd be down for us to spend another like 10-15 minutes to try and see if I can actually make it work, right? Okay. Okay. So far Silver Sterling says he's down for more. See if we can, okay. Well, all right. Okay. So basically, do you remember in the first like 1 or 2 hours of the stream where I was doing the different combos, like I don't know, like blue and green strengthen each other and stuff like that, right? So, uh, so basically, what I'm thinking is here we're gonna do the same thing, right? So let's do it like that, basically. 14 and a half. Yeah, 15 minutes. All right. Okay. So the way I've coded it right now is that yellow is basically the final layer, right? Like the final tile type. And that's why it was kind of like the most abundant one, right? Because, but also, yeah, so, yeah, exactly. So that's how I coded it basically, right? It's like this, when it's yellow, this means that it's kind of like the default one when there's nothing else, right? Now, if we're doing something similar to kingdoms and castles, right? I guess the best final type would be blue, because then it would turn into like an ocean tile or something, right? Like water tile or whatever. So everything would kind of be like an island, basically. But I'm not sure if we want to do the same thing here, right? Basically what I'm saying is I'm not sure if I'm happy with having it go like that, right? Like one by one and checking each of them. Instead, what I think would be more interesting, right, would be this here, actually. Let's do this like that, okay? Let's do it like that, and then placeholder tile dot final type equals 2. Default is water, okay? So let's do it like that, okay? And now let's make interesting combos for each of these, right? So white would be, or let's start with blue, I guess, because blue is water. It's kind of like the most intuitive one. So blue is simply positive is this, okay? Positive is blue, and let's say white, because white is going to be let's say snow or something like that, right? It's going to be snow, and negative is going to be yeah, black and red and green and yellow, okay? So this is done. So blue, it's blue plus white versus black plus or actually blue plus white minus black minus red minus green minus yellow, okay? White is going to be white plus black, let's say, minus plus blue plus black, let's say, minus red minus green minus yellow, let's say. So here we're gonna do black and blue, and then this like that, okay? And actually for balancing, because right now what this means is that white is always going to be more likely to appear than blue, because blue is only boosted by white, whereas white is boosted by blue and black. So what I'm thinking is, to make things interesting, let's start and still keep things simple. Let's start with boosting them only with another one, right? So let's do it like that, right? So basically it's white plus black minus the rest, right? Black is going to be boosted by itself, obviously. So black plus, let's say, red minus white minus blue minus green minus yellow, okay? So it's going to be boosted by red, okay? Hold on. It's going to be boosted by red here like that, and then negated by the other 4. Blue, it's boosted by white and negated by the other 4. Red is going to be boosted by yellow. So red plus yellow minus white minus black minus blue, green minus, yeah, no, that's it. Okay. So here we have red plus yellow, there you go, minus these ones. And then green here, we're gonna do green plus blue minus white minus black minus red minus yellow, like that. Okay, like that. Like that. And then yellow is going to be boosted by green, I guess. So yellow plus green, because that's the only one we haven't done yet. White, black, blue, red. Yeah, that's it. So here like that. I'm gonna do plus green minus black, blue, red, and white. All right. By the way, let me know if the stream is still working. I hope it's still working. Yes, no, maybe. Hold on. Is the stream still working for you guys? Okay, sure it is. Okay, perfect. Lovely. All right. Okay, so now let's see what it's gonna give us using this weird like combination system. If it fucking ends up working. All right. This better be worth it. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Perfect. All right, all right, all right. Yeah. So basically, now it almost works, right? It almost works. All right. Okay. Looks pretty solid. Well, okay, so here's the issue. The thing is, so when we look at something like this, for instance, right? And we compare it to something like this here, right? It still doesn't look quite like it because there's too big of a variety of tiles in the prototype that we're making, right? Because in this example here, we basically have blue tiles, which are water tiles or whatever, and then we have land, and then the land tiles themselves, right, are separated by different subtypes, right? So now what I'm thinking is we can probably do something similar to that, right? Which is to say that, hold on. Which the idea is that we would want to have like water tiles and then so like water tiles and land tiles, and then those tiles would have another like subtype basically, right? I've been waiting for 3+ hours and you cut me some slack. Okay. Okay, so what I'm thinking is public bool or no, public int base type equals -1, right? So 0 equals 0 equals land tile, 1 equals water tile. Okay, so then what we're gonna do here in our grid builder is we're gonna go back here to the original tile influence, and what we're gonna say is if current grid tile dot type tile type equals 0, then wait, hold on, tile type, oh, okay, so here we have tile type and here we have base type. Oh yeah, bro, my name for variables are the names I'm using are terrible. Okay, so tile type, right? So there should be, okay, so this is what I'm thinking, okay? Is that now we can kind of expand upon it, right? Upon this grid system or whatever. And basically what we're going to create is we're going to create subtypes, right? So we're going to have land tiles and what are they called? Like land tiles and oh my god, land tiles and water tiles. So those are going to be the two types. And then we're going to have subtypes like, is it blue, green, red, whatever, right? So tile type here, or tile type equals, okay. So here we're going to rename this to subtype, okay. And then header 0 equals land, 1 equals water, land tile, water tile, public int tile type equals -1. Okay. Grid builder. Okay. So tile type equals, so this tile is a land tile. Okay. So then placeholder tile equals dot base type equals 0. Okay, or rather we're gonna do placeholder type, so tile type equals land tile, water tile. Okay. Randy, once you finish the stream, can you share the project in Discord in case you modify it tomorrow? This version would make it easier to see. Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. Speaking of the Discord, I might as well put the, what's it called? The link for anybody watching either the stream live or watching the VOD. Here's the Discord link if you want to have access to the project, and also behind the scenes on the game I'm making. I'm gonna slowly start cranking out more and more behind the scenes. Okay, so we have land tile, water tile, tile type, blah blah blah, final type ID, sure, whatever. Let's go back here. We're gonna say 0 is land and 1 is water. Water. Like that is a water tile. Water tile. Okay. And now what I'm thinking is okay. Yeah, okay. So what I'm thinking now is of doing even a third type, which is going to be resource tile. 2 equals 2. Grid tile. 2 equals resource tile. Okay. 2 equals resource tile. Okay. Okay. And now what we're gonna do here is so here it influences that, and then when we adjust the influences, we're gonna check, okay? So white, it's going to be if loop index, okay? Yeah, if loop index, placeholder tile dot tile type equals 2, okay? Like that. Like that. Meanwhile, for green, it's going to be 0 because it's land. For yellow as well, it's going to be 0 because it's land. And then for blue, it's going to be 1 because it's water. Okay, so let's just see. This tile is a land tile. Okay, so right now the way I've coded it, right, is that every single normal grid tile that gets spawned, Quebecers should speak French, not English. Jesus. So the way I've coded it right now, right, is that, for instance, here, let's say the way it does is like it spawns this tile first, then this one, then this one. What's gonna happen is that it's like this one first here is going to tell all others you're all water tiles, right? Then after, like, the next frame or whatever, the next loop, this one is going to override that and tell them all you're all land tiles, and like vice versa, right? So on and so forth, right? So what I'm thinking is here it's current grid tiles influence, current grid tiles influence, tile subtype plus equals okay, hold on. How can I make it so that they don't always override? Because right now when I activate it, basically they're all gonna be like weird, basically. Okay, They're all gonna like override each other. It's gonna create problems basically, right? Okay, come on, compile, fucking bitch. Okay, save. Let's go back to the project. Let's go here. Let's go here like that. And so dark gray, red, and white. Subtype. Oh fuck. Okay, hold on. So tile. This one is tile type. Is water tile. Land tile. And then these ones here are going to be resource tiles. Okay, and then this one here is 2, 1, 4, 3, 0, 5. Okay, so let's see. Let's make it like that. Let's do this. Now it's probably gonna create some weird fucking mess, right? Let's see. Okay. Let's wait for everything. Okay. Actually, hey, I did not think it was gonna work so quickly. Okay. All right. So now, yeah. So now we're almost there, right? I mean, we're pretty much there, but like let's push it to its final limits, right? Because now basically what happens is that we can see all of the resource styles barely spread at all, right? They barely spread, right? So now, whereas like the water tiles are like insane, right? Yeah. So, So now, okay. Hold on. So now this code here, I'm going to remove it from the original tile influence, and I'm gonna add it to the adjustment tile, right? So basically, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna remove these ones here, like that. Right, these ones here like that. Okay. Like that. Okay. And now what I'm gonna do is so if green is dominant, then we're gonna make it make current placeholder tile into a land tile. Okay. Then we're gonna do same thing with yellow. Here into a resource tile. Blue is going to be into a water tile. Resource tile. And then resource. So resource was 3. Water was 1. Pt3 was resource and land was 0. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And now what I'm gonna do is in the populate grid. Okay, so now what we're gonna do here is pick a, so find current placeholder tiles tile type and pick a random tile, a random like tile from any subtype of the current tile type. This sounds like a word salad, but basically what's gonna happen is, hold on, we're gonna come here. Here we have grid tiles objects. No, grid tile, yeah, objects list. No, placeholder tiles to destroy, grid tiles. Okay, prefabs list. Okay, here it is. Here. Okay. So tile type prefab, and then here I'm gonna do public list game object is going to be land tile prefabs list equals new list, like that. Index equals relevant, or tile subtype list element equals tile subtype prefab. Okay, public list, Randy, K and C crew will sue you once. Oh yeah, they find out you reverse engineered their grid builder. Jeez. Well, fuck them. Just kidding, just kidding. As they say, imitation is the greatest form of flattery. So water tile prefabs list equals new, there you go, index equals tile subtype. Okay, I'm just gonna do like that, and then public list game object, and it's going to be resource tile prefabs list equals new. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll set tile type to spawn. Okay. So now I'm basically gonna do is the fastest route to the courtroom. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So now, we're gonna restructure a bunch of the script, right? Because at this point, you fuckers wanted me to continue, so we're gonna fucking continue. Okay, fuck you. Okay, so okay, we're going to change. So the way I've done it so far is we're going to replace transform initial tiles using the number of tile types list, right? And then, yeah, number of tile types list. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Perfect. And now here we're gonna do X, Y, and Z, and blah, blah, blah. And then here we're gonna add influence based on its influence type. Okay, and then we're gonna have subtypes. Okay. Okay, so first here, so land tile, water tile, resource tile, and then header. Yeah, it's going to be tile subtype. Okay, so hold on. So here we spawn it like that, and then tile influence, right? as I said, we're gonna turn this off, right? Current grid tile subtype. Okay. Actually, yeah. We're gonna do like that. Okay. Okay. Let's go here and change to int land subtype is -1, and we're gonna say, okay, so white is gonna be desert, normal land, fertile land, let's say, right? Okay. So rather land, normal land, okay. The water subtype, it's going to be deep ocean, shallow ocean, so deep salt water, shallow salt water, and oh my god, what do you call water that's not salty? Jesus Christ. What do you call it? Like, what do you call water that isn't salty? Fresh water, for fuck's sake. Okay. Oops. Fresh water. Water. Okay. Equals stone. 1 equals metals. And 2 equals I don't know. What other resource, like lumber? I don't know, whatever. Fuck you, okay? Lumber, and then public int resource subtype equals -1. Okay, there you go. So tile subtype. Okay, there you go. Now here it's gonna give me a bunch of errors. Okay, because of this, right? So here we're gonna remove this. So if it's land, so land subtype, okay, water subtype, and resource subtype, okay. Tile type 3, blah blah blah. And then, so now we have this, yes. So now here, when we populate the grid, okay, find current placeholder tiles, tile type, and pick a random tile from any subtype. Okay, so if current placeholder tile dot type tile type equals 0, so that's land. Okay, so land, hold on, I know I'm doing a lot of stuff, but it's just because I do need to fucking get working on my game, you know? And I know I say this every time, but I mean, that's the nature of the job, right? So that's why I'm kind of rushing. Resource. Yeah, resources. Okay. So now it's going to be int, hold on, integer, oh, well actually, final type ID, final subtype ID, where is it? Okay, yeah, we're gonna, or no, oh, I'm stupid. Hold on. What? Okay, hold on. Integer. Okay. All right, so careful with that trademark. Vespin gas. Yeah, okay, hold on. So right now I need to change a bit of what I did here because it's not, now it's not gonna work anymore, right? So now basically it's, we have three, because we're going here through the influence types, right? But it's between land, sea, and resources, right? Right here. So there are only three of them. Equals 2. Okay. So basically here, we're gonna close this off like that, right? Now here it's, instead of blue, it's resource, okay? Or actually, hold on. I'm just gonna copy paste these here, right? And then okay, so then here it's going to be land, land, water, and let's say resources, whatever, right? Okay. And now what it's gonna do is try to see what the most dominant tile type influence is. So simply put, we're gonna do this like that. Negative is gonna be 1 and 2. Yeah, so this is a proper rock, paper, scissors, right? So it's gonna be, so since this is 2, it's gonna be 0, 2. This is, oops, 0 and 1. Okay. Now if blah blah blah, then final type ID is 1, tile type equals 3. So final type ID, yeah, so I guess placeholder type, I mean, yeah, I guess this one is just irrelevant now. Final type ID. So now we're gonna go here. Food, wood, and gold shed. Yeah, something like that. Okay, like that, like that, like that. Okay, so now we have tile type. So now here, like that. Okay, and now here, what we're gonna do is okay, what we're gonna do here is integer tile to spawn ID, okay, equals -1. Now here we're gonna do tile to spawn ID equals placeholder tile dot fuck, I'm stupid. random.range 0 placeholder blah 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 dot nope. Ah, fuck, hold on. Base influence list tile type. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Okay, so it's not this, it's going to be prefabs list. So land, there you go. Like that. Water list, resource list, there you go. Resource tile list, and then like that. Oh, hold on. Oh, fuck. I'm stupid. It's going to be like that. There you go. Ah, oh, fuck's sake. This is so tiresome. There you go. Newly spawned tile object. Or just like that. And then boom. Okay. Newly spawned. Why is this giving me an error? Use of unassigned local variable. What? Okay, hold on. Okay, there you go. Okay, so now let me explain the whole logic of everything that I've been doing, okay? So now basically I decided to change. There you go. Okay, so now basically I decided to change the way I'm gonna do the tiles, right? So before I had the different colors and they were all the same tiles and the only difference was the colors, right? Now what I'm gonna do is I have instead of using these prefabs here, right? Grid tile prefabs, basically I'm going to, so this list here is going to contain all of these basically, right? And then after spawning however many of these, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm going to spawn, like I'm going to, how can I say, each of the tiles that I spawned are going to add their influence as usual, and then that thing's gonna get adjusted, and then once it's adjusted, some of the tiles will only spawn water tiles, others land tiles, others resource tiles, for instance, right? So let's actually implement this, right? Jesus, bro, it's a 4-hour stream. Just give me 30 seconds. Okay. So now basically I'm gonna have to create a couple more what do you call them, prefabs basically, right, to populate the list here. So basically let me just create a 2D object, a cube. Let's put it at 0, 0, 0. Okay, now let's put this here. Okay, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. Okay, perfect. There you go. And now here in my materials, I have these ones here. Then transparent. Okay, so we have blue, transparent blue. Okay. Let's duplicate it. And then light. So shallow water material. Let's go here, folder, city builder materials, shallow water. Okay. And then here, deep water. Okay. So deep water is gonna stay the same. Shallow water is going to be much lighter. Yeah, there you go, much lighter. Okay. Then, not transparent materials. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh my god, you bitch. Why can't I move? Oh my god. There you go. Okay, materials, CB materials, okay, deep water, shallow water. Okay, so then this here, we're gonna move it here. And this is going to be land 0. Land 1, land 2. Oops. Okay, so this one here is going to be a yellow. Let's make it like really proper yellow. This one, let's make it sort of light green. Oh, wow, it's already, yeah, so let's make it a bit of a lighter green. And then this one, let's make it a deeper green or whatever. Okay, there you go. So we have our land like that. We have the shallow water. And for the resources, let's say resource 0 material. The first resource is going to be red. The second resource is going to be purple, let's say, whatever. And then the third resource is going to be white. Okay, so this one's going to be white and this one's going to be black. Okay, there you go. Right, like that. Like that. All right. So now let's actually get to work making these tiles. We're gonna have 3 different subtypes for each type, so 9 tiles total, right? Okay, so let's delete this. And let's say water tile 0. Okay. Water tile 1. Tile 2. Okay, hold on. Then land tile 0. 1, 2, Okay, there you go. So red, black, white, green, yellow, light green, dark green, then this one here. Let's do it. So let's like that, like that. Okay. Okay. Like that. Okay. And so then this one here, okay, is going to be let's say deep water, and then these ones here are going to be shallow water. Sure, let's do even shallower water. Okay, fresh water. Sure, let's call it that. And let's make it even more pale, right? Even more pale. There you go. So fresh water. There you go. Okay. So that's kind of how we're gonna do it, right? Like I'm doing this really fucking quickly, right? Prefabs. Let's take all of these. Oh, hold on. Let's do this. Copy component. Then no. Fuck. Script. City builder. Okay, do they all have it? Yeah, they all have it. Okay, perfect. So now here we're gonna have tile type. These are water tiles. These are land tiles. And then these ones here are resource tiles. And then this one here, it's water type 0, 1, 2. So here, land type, it's 0, 1, 2. So here is resource type 0, 1, 2. Okay, and then base influence, I don't know, let's give them all like 150, as I was saying, right? 150 influence. Let's give them all 150 influence. Okay, and now let's go into our prefabs, turn them all into prefabs. There you go. Okay, so now let's delete this. Let's do it like that. Let's hope this works like that. If it doesn't work, we're gonna fix it tomorrow. So here we're gonna do 9, and what I'm gonna do is land 0, 1, 2. Shit, which one's which? Okay, 0, 1, 2, and then resource 1, 0, 1, 2. Okay, and then here I'm gonna do 3, 3, 3, like that. 3, 3, 3. Number of tiles 9. There you go. So it was land. Oops. Yeah, no. Resource. And then water. Let's make sure everything else is good. Blah, blah, blah. Grid tiles, okay. Save this. Something tells me it's not gonna work, so let me just check all of this. Okay, so we have these. So here we spawn random placeholder ones. Then we go here and we transform them with any of the, yeah, of these other ones. Okay. And then transform initial tiles, and then tile influence. Yeah, they each give their influence. They each have 150. So land subtype. So current placeholder tile dot base influence types. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is what I need to change. Exactly. I knew something wasn't gonna work. I need to change these to 3. There you go. Final influence types, base influence types. There you go. And so then what I'm gonna do is okay, so now these are all influencing each other, but only based on their subtype, right? If current grid tile type. Oh fuck, okay, wait. Okay, for which, yeah, not subtype, but rather tile type. Let me check. Tile type, yeah, exactly. Tile type, like that, right? Yep. So actually, yeah, we can just do it like that. This we don't really need. Okay. Jesus, almost 4.5 hours. Woo! Amazing. Okay, so tile type here. Now then here we go here and then current placeholder tile type when it's 0. So loop current base info type. Yeah, okay. If blah blah blah, make current type land, make current type water, and then make current type resources into a resource tile, to a water tile, into a land tile. Okay, yup, there you go. That should work. 2 2 1 1. Okay, 0 0 2. Okay, perfect. Now this works. Now all of this is disabled. Okay, then we go here. Yeah, this doesn't matter. This does not matter. So then we go here, we go and we access each placeholder tile, tile to spawn ID, blah blah blah, because here is where we decide what tile type it is. And so then here we check if its tile type is 0, go from 0 to land tile prefab, spawn it, blah blah. Okay, so I think it should be good to go. God willing. Oh my god, what a scuffed stream. Okay, let's do it. And if it doesn't work, then I'm rage quitting. So let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll see. It's for sure not gonna look done. Even if it works, it's for sure not gonna look like complete. But it should already give us a bit of a better idea of how. Oh, let's. Oh, interesting. Okay. So hold on. Okay, so I guess, hold on. I guess the water tiles, come on. Let me click on the scene. Why is it not? Ah, yeah, because it's, oh, fuck's sake. Okay. So it is working, by the way. It's just that these ones are way too transparent, basically. So let me just, nope, materials, boom, boom, boom. What is the alpha at? Yeah, it's way too transparent. Let's put it at 175. Okay, yep. Let's put it at 175. Let's put it at 175. Okay. Okay. Oops. Right. You smashed it into pieces. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, now we have to wait another eternity. But basically, I do think it works, but we need to make sure, right? Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay, no, so we do have water here. So like, where are... Huh. So we have a bunch of resources. We can see the resources, but we can't really see the rest of them. Interesting. Then, hold on. Okay. 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 So it's going through each of them. Interesting. Okay, so, okay, yeah. So I do think it more or less works, but obviously there's still work to be done, basically, right? So, so I think we're gonna finish the grid tomorrow, because I mean I have been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. This might be my longest stream, right? And at this point, as I said, it's like it takes a while, right, to fix these things and everything. So I'm probably gonna end the stream now. We're gonna continue this tomorrow, and yeah, and then tomorrow's stream I'm gonna hopefully have it working like for good, right? And make it solid and stuff, right? But yeah, thank you guys so much for actually like sitting here this whole time while I tried to figure out the grid. I mean, like I kind of did figure it out, right? Uh, Before I did like these last minute changes, right? But again, because I rushed, I probably like overlooked something or missed something or whatever. So probably in tomorrow's stream, I'm gonna fix it and stuff, right? So yeah, so that's it. Again, tomorrow at noon, same time, same place, and we're gonna actually like hopefully finish this grid and have something that's decent looking, right? At which point we're gonna start actually doing the building stuff, which is, I mean, you just have to look at the tower defense prototype and like you already know how you can place buildings and stuff, right? Like, so that's why that's less challenging. That's why I've been focusing on building a proper grid, a proper procedurally generated grid to make things interesting, right? But yeah, so on that note, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay awesome, and yeah, take care.